Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. This is the King's Resort in Rozvadov. It's day 2. We're back. We're live. It's your man, Action Man Dan, in the booth, as per usual, as your broadcaster and Irish pundit for the duration of this event. Already, what I'm noticing is the new production and the layout is incredible for this Spade Poker Tour. This is €500 buy-in. It is the main event. It is day 2, as aforementioned. I believe first prize, including a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year, is in the region of €57,000. Hope you can all hear me loud and clear. Hope you're all very well on this Sunday evening, wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube, the Kings page, or of course the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Cards are about to be in the air. Let's go. About 75 players remaining, I do believe. We'll find out in just a moment. Johan, my main man, the moderator, is in the chat. What's up, buddy? Thank you for updating the payouts. 62nd place is going to get a minimum of €1,095. And the winner will get €47,000 cash monies and a 10k ticket. First, second, third, and fourth will get 10k ticket to the WSOP later on this year at the King's Resort. Gotta say, they must have known I'd be commentating. That is my favorite color in the world. Look at that. Even though I'm from Ireland and I do love green, that midnight blue is gorgeous. The graphics are just stunning. King's production team going above and beyond yet again at this fantastic resort. And if you're new to the channel, new to hearing the words King's Resort in Rozvadov, go head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Pick yourself up some merch. We'll have a little look at who we've got at this feature table. Lights, camera, action. 74 remaining. Average stack 30 bigs. Small blind is 5k. Big blind is 10k with a 10k running big blind ante. That's 5, 10, 10. We've got Pavl from the Czech Republic. We have Radek from the Czech Republic. Mikhail Mrakesh. There is a man who needs no introduction. Has won some huge events at the King's Resort. A household name. I'm delighted to have him in front of us. He always provides endless amounts of entertainment. He's just so good at navigating his way through these fields. There was 562 runners, 562 entries, shall I say. Mikutu from Romania, Andre Winkler from Germany, Mikael Plum from Denmark, Kevin Cooper from Germany, Cooper even, and Giovanni Russo from Italy. So large disparity of nationalities being represented all under one roof. As Slajo says, Giovanni. Giovanni. Alrighty, nice to have you with us. And I want to give a massive thanks to everyone who tuned in to the German Poker Days last Sunday / into Monday. Massive mammoth of a stream, but you really showed your support till the dying end. We did eventually crown a champion. Slajo says, always a pleasure to watch and listen to me commentating. Thanks very much. We do have an all-in. King 7-6 against the Jeffries. Mikhail Marrakesh in the lead. This one skipped me. I thought we were seeing a flop, but then I seen both players all in. There's about 40 bigs in this big blind against the cutoff. Standard enough stuff, guys. We will lose Michael Plum, and the other Michael Marrakesh, a dangerous player to have chips at any stage of the tournament, is now playing 689k, which is good for 68 big blinds. It's easy to see how many bigs players have when the small blind is 5k and the big blind is 10k. Well, thank you for your comments, Ajo. It is an honor to be the voice behind the King's Resort. Not quite the face. I can't say I'm the face. Not yet. Only once a year for now. So voice will have to do. I'll lose some more weight and buy some more suits, and I'll be looking tip-top Magoo. Maybe that'll change things. I could see myself being the poster boy. But if I was to be the poster boy, I'd rather be sitting at the table than behind the mic. You can't have it every way. Pavl with 2 red jacks under the gun plus 2, playing a large stack of 85 bigs. He says, I'm here for the commentating more than the poker. Thank you for your comment. But, you know, it is the poker that makes the show, folks. Let's get that straight. Vamos, me filo. Some Portuguese I learned during the week. Means go on, my son. So after watching so much poker last weekend into the early hours of the morning, I believe it was around 10:30 Irish time, so nearly midday at the King's Resort. Naturally enough, I got a few hours sleep and then just watched live poker for the last 6 days straight, watching all of the EPT. I didn't watch any yesterday. I had some priority engagements, but I've watched all the way down to the final table. So if anyone was watching that, let me know in the chat. That Winkelberger, the German, provided so much entertainment. I would like to see him at the King's Resort someday. Maybe he has already been many times. He seems like that kind of a geezer, that kind of a character. I'm sure you could elaborate if you know exactly who I'm talking about. What an all-around funny guy. What a fun player to watch. Just never know what he's going to do next. Now, Mikutu with the jacks. Jacks popping off again. I believe that's 3 hands in a row we've seen to Jeffries. And Vehi says, how many jacks are there in the deck? Too many. Beautiful new graphics indeed. I'm loving the new graphics. I love the dark blue, as I already said. Giovanni could elect to defend there, but he's on a very short stack. I can see Merritt's doing a few things there. Folding going to be okay. Calling going to be okay. Sometimes just rejamming. So folded around to Marrakesh. Sexy king queen suited. One of my favorite hands in the deck. You could say aces. Obviously, that's supposed to be your answer. And you could say kings. And I actually prefer kings to aces sometimes because there's a bit more mystery with kings. That ace can pop off. Other things can happen. And as much as that can be a disaster, it does create a more dramatic, thrilling element. I know you all have your own preferences on your favorite hand, but if I had to pick one, I think it would be King Queen of Hearts. Just so much playability. And Giovanni is going to rejam from the small. This is an ideal opportunity for Russo to double up. Just so I know, you can all hear me nice and clear, not too loud, not too low. We want to find a balance somewhere in the middle. So just be sure to let me know in the chat. These new graphics. I'm gonna put on a good show for the fans. 783 is the flop. As Joe says, King Queen is the ninja hand. Turn is the ace of diamonds, and that's an ideal card for Russo. Still have to dodge a lot of outs. And he will be now playing 19 big blinds. As Slajo says, if you don't get it, turn your head 90 degrees left and look at Queen King. Or just shuffle your cards, I suppose. Whatever's clever. KM in the house. What's up, KM? Says hello, all. Must have seen his favorite number on the screen, 69, and said, okay, now's my time to join. Like moths to a flame. KM says giggity. 10-9-8 is the flop. Pavl with the 9-5 and Radic with the king 8. Both players with a pair. Radic with the bottom end. And he will just take that one down with a bet. Expected to see a turn card there. Suppose with the 2. Yeah, Cracker agrees with me. Says that's a pretty tight fold in a big blind v blind limped pot. I was trying to say big versus big. Yeah, I agree, Cracker. Expected to see a turn card. Mikhail Marrakesh, ace 9 of clubs. 22k to go. And he will just take down the blinds and antes. Perhaps the king 4 would have defended if it was suited. The king 4 offsuit is not going to be playing well, especially facing an under the gun open. And Maurizio, we know this geezer as well. I believe he was playing under a different name the last time. He is rejamming a button open. Pavl with King Jack of Hearts wants a count. Now, King Jack suited, going to play very well, facing a 19 big blind jam from the small. I few of you might argue in the chat that this is too many chips to call off, but when we have 85 big blinds, it is representing nearly a quarter of our remaining stack. But if we were to lose this pot, it wouldn't be the end of the world. We would still have 60 big blinds and change, 65 even, and when we win the flip, plus we are going to be dominating hands that rejam, lots of hands that contain a jack, lots of hands that contain a king. So I think this is a no-brainer of a call. I don't want to say no-brainer, but we want to be knowing if we're going to call the rejam before we open the button there. Like, you can make an argument if you're just going to fold to a rejam. There are spots where you could argue if you're in an EPT, you could fold like a king-jack offsuit if you're playing like 30 bigs and it's 2/3 of your stack. But when we have that much chips against an aggressive rejammer from the small, I think we're making a clear mistake by folding a hand as strong as king-jack suited. PM says he's not near the bottom of his range with king-jack suited on the button. No. Stellaris wants to know why this fold. Well, to answer that question is nearly a quarter of your remaining chips, and it's just when you win big pots. If you've got 85 bigs, obviously be winning a few hands here and there. You just kind of get used to having that kind of a stack in front of you, and you don't want to risk it. Like, if that was a king 10 offsuit, I would go as far as say even if it was king 10 suited, I'd allow it. But when it's king jack suited, there's all of those extra combos that contain a weaker jack than ours that are going to rejam, or at least should be rejamming. Cracker says the king 8 fold from Radic now makes some sense. He must know Pavl is a nit. Yeah, that is an observation we'll take into consideration. Considerations. Maurizio on the button, 8-6 of spades. I really like the look of this tournament, by the way. 562 entries. Smaller field than what we are used to seeing. Marrakesh here turning a jack in this blind v blind battle, and Mikutu 3-deuce suited is going to take a stab at it here for nearly full pot. Quite a large sizing to go for. The river is the 10 of spades. And Mikael is going to bet a second time here. Looks like a chunky enough sizing. 34. Okay, not too chunky. Thought there was some extra cheese on top there, but no, we'll take it down. Hoping to get external value from a 5 or something to that effect. This KM says this is the interesting part of the table. Maurizio versus Mikael versus Catalan. Yeah, we see Maurizio take down. He had a large score here this year, was it? Or we've seen him recently anyway. He's got the hood up and the shades on. He's looking the part. But he's no stranger to playing some big pots around here. Cam tells me, yeah, he's a reg. Decent player. Yeah, what I was saying was a field size of 562 is manageable, especially for a €500 buy-in. It's just lovely to be playing for that kind of money when there's not thousands and thousands of entries. It's almost refreshing to see. Of course, you want as many players in the field as possible, and you want to generate those massive prize pools. What I'm saying is, it's just a breath of fresh air for a weekend where, okay, I don't have to get through 2,562. It's just 562. Don't get me wrong, it's still a lot of entries. But these fields are just so manageable in comparison. Comparison Ford. Did you all enjoy Star Wars Day? May the Fourth be with you. Okay, that is actually one of the points I was trying to make. It will be more likely that you will see the cream rising to the top in this event more so than some other ones around the same buy-in level that have, like, if you compare this to an Italian poker sport, there's only €120 difference in the buy-in, but there's an 80% different in the field size, something around that area. KM says Clement, Gigi, and Georgie are still in. Don't know if I butchered those pronunciations. Definitely shouldn't have at this stage. We do have 66 players remaining. The next payout is €1,095. Pavl gonna raise it up with the 8-7 of spades. Kevin is just going to fold, and Pavl would take that one down with a bet. I would have preferred to see the Jack-10 suited getting that one in pre with the 6 big blinds. You're still going to see some funky plays. Just because it's a 500 buy-in doesn't mean you're not going to still have a lot of recreationals left in the field. but perhaps not as many recreationals as the German poker days last weekend. 34 big blinds is the average stack, 66 still remaining. Johan subscribing for 21 months in a row. My man. Mikael. Expect to see Mikael being very aggro at this table, especially whenever he can get the opportunity to be so, and he is playing quite a large stack. A lot of the times we see Marrakesh with a much shorter stack than this, and he's some battler, some man to grind back with a stack. He's never defeated. We've seen him spin and win so many times. So now, when the shoe is on the other foot, I expect to see him being fairly aggro. Agrosaurus Rex. Nine, 4, 3 is the flop. Russo defending. Checking over to Marrakesh, who bet 17k, and Russo not going to entertain any backdoors. Actually, it would be a pretty nice hand to check raise with, although we kind of want our opponent to be c-betting with hands that contain a jack, because they'll have some backdoors and whatnot. But when we block that, we could still check raise if we were deeper. Fold around to Mikutu. People talking about Georgian mafias in the chat. What happens in Fight Club stays in Fight Club. Kevin on the Bhutan. Just 4 big blinds. Will eventually release. Radic from the big should be defending this one with the King 9 offsuit. Occasionally, we might decide to re-jam. I think the third option there is the worst of the three. Just folding. Could understand folding a king 4, 5, 6, or 7 offsuit there. Even king 8 if you really wanted to, but king 9 just going to play too good to not at least see a flop for that price, even if we are out of position. Rakesh pocket 7s. 22k to go. Lucky. 2 black aces here for Radek. He won't be folding these. He is just going to straight up rejam for nearly 18 big blinds, and that's going to be enough for Markesh to quickly fold his pocket 7s from early position. Radek will have to take that one down and add 42k to his stack. Sergeant Psychotic says, yo, how's the man? Not so bad. How's Sergeant Psychotic? Nice to have you with us. I don't think we've seen you in the chat in a long time. Hope you haven't been out on the streets causing too much havoc. Whatever psychotic shenanigans you've been getting up to. Kevin in the hijack. This is his moment. Just under 5 bigs. Oh, he says it's only been a couple of weeks. Okay, yeah. There's just been loads of new people in the chat the last few weeks. So can't remember the exact time you were online, but hope you're keeping well nonetheless. Kevin absolutely has to shove this one. It's a no-brainer. Got to put the last of his biscuits over the line. It looks like he wants to fold. Oh, wow. That's not so good. Oh, we were talking Galway stuff. Oh, we were, yeah. Would have been before the Irish Open. I need a weekend in Galway soon enough, psychotic. Go a bit psycho. Could be a while yet, though. I have too much on my plate. Fold around to Maurizio with the ace-5. Now, might seem a bit overkill to rejam this one. maybe we don't want to do it against a player like Radic, who's shown a propensity to play on the tighter side of things already. So then it becomes best to just call for the 15,000. And Radic will just take that one down. He's now playing 24 bigs. Updated chip counts there, folks, on our screen. So I thought everybody was already in the money, but we are not in the money, and that is why you're seeing players play a bit tighter than normal. It all makes sense to me now. How did I not see this before? My apologies. We are 2 players away from the money, so that is even more of a reason for the larger stacks to be going ham against the shorter ones. That's why you've seen the ace-6 offsuit going in the muck with 4 big blinds. Johan did not see that also. Yeah, Johan, you're just brilliant. You're brilliant at these things all the time, so I just didn't question it or doubt it in the slightest. I just got updated information, so don't worry about it. It all makes sense now. And that's what players will be leaving with. They'll be making sense if they do not make the money, and they are only 2 eliminations away from a minimum payout of €1,095. Pavl is going to min raise from the button with King Queen off suit. Mauricio Queen 8 of diamonds. Rakesh and Pavl flopping the nuts. This could be interesting. Both players will be delighted with this flop. Little do they know they're both sitting with the same hand. We expect to see so much action here. And it ain't going to matter. Depending on the run out, of course. Maybe we have a double pair board, something to that effect. Johan says, can somebody tell them to skip the hand? Not this time, buddy. So far, 147 in the pot. $115 is the bet now from Marrakesh. Pavl going to Hollywood. And I was going to say, if he wants to try get it all by the river, probably wants to raise now. That looks like quite a large raise. 400. I feel like this is a bit too big, considering he's only got 405,000 behind. I would have liked to see a smaller raise here. Perhaps I'm nitpicking. I wouldn't make it too much smaller, or just something around 300, 310, 20, 330 maybe. It don't matter anyway. They are all in and call. 140 big blinds in the middle will be just getting chopped up. And you know what they say? This one's going to Splitsville. Guardian Angel is in the house. Welcome. Nice to have you with us. These guys, Pavl will make 7k, it looks like. What did they get? Half an ante each. Aunties, uncles, cousins. Both looking a bit disgusted indeed. Sergeant Psychotic. Especially when you consider it's only 2 eliminations away from the money. Blinds have gone up nonetheless. It's 6,000, 12,000, 12,000, 6k small blind, 12k big blind with a 12k running big blind ante. Now, I still think that Kevin should have went with his 4 big blinds with the ace-6 offsuit. 2 off the money. Maybe could just let it go. And I want him to be a bit more aggro when he's not supposed to be. And I don't want to be too hard on him, considering I didn't even know we were that close to the money. The king 10, considering the blinds and antes are just about to hit him, I reckon we have to stack off with the king 10 if we didn't stack off with the ace-6. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. I've been watching tons of poker. I even seen Dominic Nisha won 1.8 million, and I've been availing of his 1 week free service on DTO. Check that one out if you haven't got around to it yet. But I still need to brush up a bit on my ICM, especially around the bubble. I feel like King 10 is just going to be too good there, even if we only have 4 bigs. So we're going to be putting in 2 bigs the next hand. And it's unlikely 2 players bust in the one hand, although it's not like it's never happened before. Pavl will take down the blinds and antes now. Over 900k. Sergeant says, quiet table, not much bants. Well, you're not going to get as much bants, especially when we're on the stone bubble. There was a lot of talking going on the German poker days last weekend until they hit around the final table and they were all kind of hitting the wall. But perhaps they are not mic'd up at the moment. Mikutu raised to 32k. Off that stack size, I might just straight up rip with the 7s. Although it's very unlikely we are going to be getting exploited when we're on the exact money bubble. So perhaps it is better as a raise fold. Actually, no, I take it back. I just want to jam with them pairs like 6s, 7s, and 8s. Because the big blind has to play super tight. We don't want to give them the opportunity to rejam on us. So Pavl and Mikhail Marques from the Czech Republic are out in front at this feature with 75 bigs and 56. Then Mikutu with 46. And all the other players playing 20 big blinds and below. 20, 17, 13, 13. Kevin has a lot of maneuvering to do, playing only 3 big blinds. Just 1 elimination to go now. Obviously, we are hand for hand here, folks, so the action will be taking place once all hands are completed on every table. Until then, cards will not be in the air. And because it is a €500 buy-in and it's a €1,000 minimum payout, 1,095, this bubble could go on for a little while yet. That's why I was making the argument for the ace-6 to shove, or if we're not shoving the ace-6 from Kevin, then we need to stack off with the king-10 because it could go on for quite some time yet. Johan says, are we playing hand for hand? Yes, we are, with 63 players left, 62 getting paid. Pavl, queen 10 off suit, raised to 27,000. Mid position. Now, Mikutu might use this as a 3-bet. It's a great hand to do it with, especially given the dynamic and on the stone bubble. Maybe Mikutu wants to just call. Does go for the 3-bet. I like this from the button. 3-betting to 67k. Banana Man in the house says, waiting for Julian to come at the table. Pavl going for a 4-bet to 160,000. I was going to say, thing about 3-betting with a hand like ace jack here is if we're faced with a 4-bet, we're just going to be forced to put our hand in the bin, where we could have just called and seen a flop in position on the stone bubble. And I only say that because Pavl has us covered, and that changes everything. So again, we will just wait for all hands to be completed on the outer tables before the action commences. Even look at that new felt, the new tablecloth. It's beautiful. A thing of beauty. Fan-dabby dozy. I would go as far to say these are some of my favorite graphics I have seen in my time behind the mic for Kings. Perhaps I am biased because I love that color so much. I can't help but commenting on it. Gotta say what I see. Obviously, the World Series of Poker Europe graphics are a different animal altogether, but this is just beautiful to look at. It's funny because I got my office painted almost identical color that I'm looking at on the walls right now. So it's a sea of blue on this Sunday evening. Hopefully you've all been catching some summer rays. Sun is trying to shine in Ireland the last couple of days. It has been relatively successful. Dutch Koala is in the house. What's up, Dutch Koala? And Nivna Khan says, isn't these graphics just for this week because of the Spade Poker Tour? Yeah, it's very possible. Obviously, they have different graphics for different events. I'm just saying I really like them. Although, having said all that now, the boxes and the blue on the screen, I more admire when we zoom out and you can see it in the background and stuff. These little boxes are, it's not that they're outdated, but they look like something I've seen in the past where the other stuff was a bit more modern. But isn't it all great to watch? Nonetheless, we are spoiled. We get to watch it from the comfort of our home. Maybe you're at the King's Resort in a corner somewhere on your phone or a tablet or whatever the case may be. Mikutu, Queen 10 offsuit in the cutoff, raised to 26k. Geronimo says hello. What's up, Geronimo? Kevin puts his hand in the bin. Now I'm going to have to take everything back about the A6 and the King 10 if he creeps into the money here, but he's just posted his big blind. Perhaps he had one big blind more than a bit. Like, so basically, if he had 4 bigs, if he had 3, I think stacking off is way more important than 4. I know it's only 1 big blind, but it means you can survive nearly a full orbit more. If you have to post your big blind ante, and your small blind, that's 2.5 big blinds. You're going to be left with 1.5 big blinds. If you're left with half a big blind to go around the table, it's not ideal. And Miku2 with a real hand here. Ace King suited. Similar dynamic, only Pavl is in early position this time, and Miku2 is not on the button. I think we still 3-bet this one. With the intention of 5-bet ripping. That's what I would do in this situation, especially when that dynamic is set up previous, only a couple of hands ago. He just calls. So it was 10-4-4, 1 diamond. And Miku2 bets 35,000. Pavl is going to come along for the ride, and we're going to see a turn card. 1 spade on the flop, 1 diamond. So let's see what backdoor arrives. None. It's the deuce of hearts, the essential brick. 234k in this pot now. Just a quick check behind from the hijack. River is the 3 of diamonds. I believe both players will just be happy to check this one down and hopefully win at showdown. Pavl will check and Miku2 will check back. Takes down that pot. Now playing 649k. And Winkler is just going to move all in from the hijack with King Queen suited. Risky business on the stone bubble. Feels like it's his best option. And he will take down blinds and antes. And the same thing, rinse, repeat. We will wait until all hands are completed at the outer tables. And Demian is all in from the hijack for 12k. But he's got the goods. Pocket kings. Just one big blind. Six, nine, eight is the flop. All clubs. And look at this. Radic flopping a flush from the small blind with just 4-3 suited. Pavl with top pair. Good shot, straight shot. I'd prefer if he had a club in his hand. And he will love that turn card. But little does he know, Radic has a flopped flush. Could see some money go in here. Radic only has 190k behind. He's going to bet 55k. I was going to say he wants to bet a sizing that sets up a river jam. Doesn't want to bet too small. There are still a lot of bad river cards. Pavl is just going to shove. Wow, we've got action here. Radic is not going to be able to fold a flop flush, surely, even if it is only 4 high. And Demian, at this stage, has to believe he's drawing pretty thin. But let's not forget he's got the king of clubs as backup. 460k in this pot. And now comes the cruel part. We have to wait for these hands are all turned over. So we are going to have to wait. Agonizing, excruciating moments for all involved. Alec has to believe that he is ahead. Perhaps they've just kind of talked to each other there on the side. I couldn't hear exactly what they were saying. Seen a few smiles and gestures. But he's still going to be worried. All the cards can beat him on this river. This Dutch koala is doing a dino dance in the chat while we wait. Don't want to provide too much dead air in the building. Maybe we'll start asking some questions. We turn this into a quiz show. All right, first question up. Where would you be if you were standing on the Spanish Steps? All vote now. I don't have any goodie bags now or free hoodies or anything. This is just keep the chat going, keep the vibe alive. Perhaps you just want dead air. All vote now. For 1 million rupees. Where would you be if you were standing on the Spanish Steps? And Koli Kula says time. Yeah, there is no time. All hands on the outer tables have to complete before we get to this one. Or just all hands have to be completed before the tournament commences. Yeah, so they will be notified and told exactly when the river card can be dealt out, and we sort out this sticky situation. World famous bubble coverage. This is my version. I'm going to ask questions in a quiz. No one answered, so you clearly have no interest in playing the game. That's cool. I'll just go and finish some college work. Oh no, they're back. Here we go, folks. Spanish Steps are in Rome. It was a trick question. The first trick question I could find on Google. Perhaps quizzes are outdated. Maybe I'll stick to jokes from now on. River card is the 7 of diamonds. Wow. So Demian has been eliminated with his pocket kings. And every player remaining is in the money. For a minute there, I thought a straight had scooped the booty, but then I remembered he had flopped a flush with 4-3 of clubs. Sick enough for the pocket kings. Nothing you can do, of course, with just one big. 62 players remain. Guardian Angel says something funny here. Also, the question was kind of tricky in its own because I understood it in the way that you asked. Where on the Spanish Steps would I stand if I was there? Is there a specific spot I need to stand on? No, I've got rid of the link now. We can resume. We can get on with our lives. I never really like being asked loads and loads of questions, so I probably shouldn't be the person asking loads and loads. I don't really fancy myself for a quiz master. We'll leave that one to the professionals. Ikutu, East 10 off suit. 26k to go. The post bubble bonanza has started. Bing bang boom. We are back in the room. Let's go. All players remaining guaranteed over £1,000. One fat bag for the lads. And Mauricio is all in here against Mikel Marrakesh. And it's a 6 against ace 9, all in 3. Queen 3 deuce. Turn is the 4 of hearts. The river is the king of hearts. Maurizio will double up. Yeah, give an honourable mention to the guy who folded the a6, folded the king 10 and gets into the money. More I think about it, perhaps 2 off the money, we could just fold there. I just felt like there'd be too many hands before we entered the moolah. And he should stack off because the blinds and antes were about to hit him. I've probably said this about 3 or 4 times. But he did creep in there. That's a big pot for a very confident player like Maurizio. And this guy has got to go. Kevin has found his hand, has found his moment. It's ace-5 offsuit. Guaranteeing himself £1,000 minimum. Mauricio finding the ladies. He's on a bit of a roll now. 32 bigs. See what he does here. He has been offered some protection. 34% equity. Needs help. Ace-5 against the ladies. 10-5-3. Neither player with a heart. 4 outs for Kev. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. On the river. The 3 of clubs. Kevin has been eliminated. Did secure that min cash for himself. Mauricio now playing over 400,000. Gaining traction. Radek raised the pocket fives. Under the gun +1. Pavl going to call him the hijack with king queen of diamonds. Marrakesh on the button. Would have liked to seen a squeeze here from Marrakesh, but calling also totally fine. Perhaps if it was from a later position open and a call, he would be more inclined to 3-bet Radek, one of the tighter players at the table, raising from early position. 9-9 deuce is the flop. Really nice flop here for Pavl. Radek going to continue for 25k. Is just going to call. And Marrakesh can see a turn card here for just 25k, but he doesn't really have anything going for him. Looks like he might be considering a raise. Seen him do things like this before. I just don't think it's the right spot or the right time. Easy for me to say when I can see the cards. Well, Marrakesh is going for a raise here, sniffing some weakness from his opponents. Pavl has a monster though. Wants to be seeing a turn card at the very least. Radek going to get out of the way. Whoa! Pavl just decides to stick it in Marrakesh's eye. Not messing around. No turn card needed. Takes it down. Now playing 864k. Guardian Angel says, are they playing until the very end again? No, day 3, I assume. No, Guardian Angel, that only happens a few times a year. Pretty much we have German poker days once every quarter. Sometimes it seems to be a little bit more frequent than that. Happens every couple of months. And that's the only one that goes through the night, although we've had some marathon sessions this year at Kings because the numbers have just grown exponentially. Some 15-hour streams have happened. A couple of times, actually, and we've had some PLO events go on till very late as well. Mikutu just going to call on the button. Rakesh with the open to 27,000. So Russo is going to move all in with ace-8 of hearts from the big blind. This is an easy pick-off for Mikutu. $279 in the pot. 26% equity for Giovanni Russo from Italy to remain in this event. King 8 is the flop. Russo needing an ace or an 8. Turn is the 4 diamonds. Not a good card for Russo. River is the 7 of hearts. So we will lose another player. Nice pot for the pocket tens. Mikutu in the cutoff. Ace queen off suit, raising to 26k. And Winkler is going to go for the jam with the a7 offsuit. I think this is fine against an aggressive cutoff open. It's just when we're called, it's not going to be too great. We're not even suited. Those a6, a7, ace8 offsuits just not going to play too well. But against an aggressive cutoff open, I think rejamming is probably our best bet. Off the stack depth. King 4-3 is the flop. Turn is the 5 of hearts. And river is the 4 of spades. A couple of players are jumping up and moving away. There must be some form of commotion going on. We're going to get some new players. That's what's happening. Yeah, we're going to get 3 new players. We're going to get Jakob from Germany, Win from Vietnam, and Eli from Israel. Don't mind them chip counts for a minute. I don't believe there's any player that would have 609 big blinds. The error will be corrected in just a moment. We're going to be back to almost full ring. Guardian says, no, it looked like a proper dingle dong. That's all right, man. You can count how many mistakes I make per stream. You just got to put in the numbers. I'm sure it won't be the only stupid thing someone says in the chat. And I don't think it was that stupid considering you are new to the channel. So give yourself a goddamn break, buddy. DJ Triple is in the house, says, good evening, folks. DJ Triple loves a good 12-hour stream. This fella, he's been known to just stay on stream for a full week, sometimes 72 hours at a time, minimum. What's up, DJ Triple? Nice to have you with us. And there is a few incorrect flags. There's a few incorrect stacks. We will sort the situation out as it reveals itself. Don't worry, there are 48 players remaining. At least we have our field size. At least we have our average stack. At least we have all the fans on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch and YouTube and wherever else people are tuning in from. We got this. We are good. Roddick is going to 3-bet. 3-betting to 66,000 with 2 red ladies in the small blind. Quite a small 3-bet size. Hand like 10-9 suited might want to see a flop here. It is 40k into 116. Perhaps you just want a little bit of a higher holding, like a Jack Queen suited, a Jack 10 suited, something around that area. 9-10 suited mightn't cut the mustard against Radek, especially when he has shown him to be on the tighter side of things. Now, I say we've seen him on the tighter side of things, but we have to remember we're very close to the bubble at the time. It's not a good representation of how people play. And that looks like a call. We are off to a flop. I like that. Mikutu has called. Flop is Ace King 5. Lovely flop for the ladies facing 2 overcards. I think we still want to be continuing. Want to continue for about a quarter pot. 50k sounds good to me. And that is going to be the end of that situation. Guardian Angel has a goal in mind. Looking forward to one of these days when I finally make it to a televised table and I will get absolutely shredded to bits on Twitch. The dream. Oh, it's the dream, buddy. It'll be the best day. It'll be the best first day of the rest of your life, is what it'll be. DJ Triple says something's got to be wrong with King's shuffling machine. Every time I switch here, I see the ladies pop up. Oh, ladies like to pop up. All right. We had a lot of Jeffreys out there also. DJ Triple will be online. He'll sort you out, Guardian Angel. He's got your back, yo. Eli will take that one down with the Queen 10 of clubs, raising from the cutoff. Mauricio not entertaining, defending with the Queen 5 offsuit. Just Eric says Mikutu is pronounced Mikutsu. Okay, thank you very much. Mikutsu. Mikutsu. And while we're at it, does anyone know how to spell the name NGOC Win? New player at the table in seed 8. Knock win. Okay, thank you. This board is 5-7. King, ace, 2 diamonds, 2 spades. Marrakesh. He's got bits and bobs going on here in the form of a flush draw to go with his pair. Radic loving that turn card. He's now got top pair, queen kicker. Cut off against the big blind. Radic betting 40k. And the river is the deuce of spades. And Marrakesh Just going to be done with his hand. I would have expected Radic to continue betting on the river. Yes, the flush came in, and there's some straight combos. Although I don't really see the 3-4 getting to the river unless it was 3-4 diamonds. Perhaps could be 3-4 spades. Suppose the wheel is there. The more I think about it, irregardless, I feel like we're missing out on value not betting that river. Okay, I should be happy to just. You're not going to be happy that he lost the pot, but not much you can do. No diamond on the river, and no 2-pair. Czech Poker Masters is next weekend. That's going to be a big one. €150 buy-in with lots of starting days. It is a smaller field than normal here, yeah, but it is a €500 buy-in. It's a lovely field, 562 entries. It's a golden opportunity to win a nice chunk of change when you're not getting through thousands of players. 8K is now the small blind, 16K is now the big blind, but a 16K running big blind ante. That's 8, 16, 16. There's a page on blooming from €1,095 to €1,275. Oh my, look who's flying by. It's Bird. What's up, Bird? Howdy indeed. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? It's not a plane. DJ Triple says, besides the longest time I was watching King's stream was 2 days straight, minus the breaks. 72 hours could be a new goal. They will have plans to mic. The players will be mic'd up tomorrow. You will be able to hear what they're saying. It's usually the go-to. 9, 10, 7, 3 here. Jakob with the Queen of Hearts. Gonna bet 26k. Mikutsu probably just has to fold here, even if they have an open ender. Mikutsu will call the open ender. I would just prefer if we had a heart in our hand and the clubs rolls off. And now Jakob has to bet again, in my opinion, to try fold out a 9 or a 7 or even a small-ish pair, maybe even a hand that contains an ace. No, Mikutsu is just going to have to fold to a bet. Perhaps we could lead there occasionally, but you've got to remember it's a bad card to lead on because the board has paired. So Jakob is just going to go for this large overbet. And I actually really like this. Mikutsu will fold. I see what you're saying in the chat. Could we maybe lead small on the river, or maybe not even have to lead that small? Like I said, it's just not the greatest river for us to rep something. We just get snapped off by a 10. And a variety of other hands. DJ Triple says an overbet there is always stone cold nuts for max value or a stone cold bluff. We call that in the industry a polarizing bet. Yes, Guardian Angel, I get made a liar out of lots of times on this channel, but you got to remember it's a game of lies. Knock betting 32k on the 10-5 3 2 diamond flop is going to get Jakob to release. Ace 9. Also feel like that was a big enough call from the small blind. We prefer if we're suited there. Actually, no, I think it's fine. I take it back. More lies. Liza Minnelli. Radic raising to 32k under the gun with the king queen off suit. Pavl is going to 3-bet here to 85k with 5-3 of diamonds. Was not expecting to see this. Don't try this at home. This is a funky 3-bet under the gun against under the gun +1, repping a very strong range. And we can see it's going to work. The 5 high getting the job done. Good man, the lads. Taking it down. DJ 666 raising king queen off suit under the gun is interesting. Little did he know there was going to be a 3-bet under the gun +1 with just 5 high, albeit it was suited. We like this kind of action around here. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Spade Poker Tour from Rosvadov. It's the day 2 at the King's Resort. Chip counts. Pavl now playing 56 big. Mikutsu with 51. Knock win with 45 bigs. Radic with 32. Mauricio with 25. Jakob with 20. Eli with 16. And the shortest stack at this feature table is the legend himself, Mikhail Marrakesh. It was very risky business, 3-betting and under the gun open. But you see, even if I had ace queen or ace jack there, I think we've got to just fold, depending on how deep we are. It just looks so strong to 3-bet and under the gun open, and that's why it gets ultimate respect. Until it doesn't, they'll all know after the break. A nice one, though, to do for the fans. Mikutsu raising to 34k and knock on the button. Looks like he's going to piece out a 3-bet. Very calculated sizing. Looks about 120 and change. Guardian Angel says Murkesh is slowly becoming very short stacked. Yeah, he's the master of the short stack, this fella. Ikutsu might want to see a flop in position here with the 8-7 suited. Oh, not in position, out of position even. I feel like this is a tad bit too loose. Queen 10-6. Knock. Liking this one. Top pair. Top kicker. Good shot, straight shot for Ikutsu. And we might see a turn card here because they've got the back up. Backdoor flush draw. Also could generate some more chipolatas going across the line. So we do see a turn. Turn is the 10 of hearts. River is the 3 of diamonds. After the turn going check, 388k in the pot. And Mikutsu knows they can't win by checking this river, but Knock should be going for value now. Wow, look at this. Knock checking over to Mikutsu. Gonna bet 180k. And we can play it that way. We're just going to check call mode, get paid by all the bluffs. I was thinking, should we just go for value ourselves? But it actually is probably better to try and juice a bluff from a missed straight draw, a missed heart draw, maybe occasionally a worse queen will call. So I actually prefer going into check call mode. Nice play from the ace queen. Yuri in the house says the new layout looks sick. Now, I think it's deadly, Yuri. Now, it might just be for this event. So let's not get too excited. Let's not be eager beavers. DJ Triple wants to see a larger sizing from Mikutsu there on the river, and I'd be inclined to agree with you. Hard to rep a 10 that we check back on the turn and now turn into a bluff on the river, or not a bluff, try to get value. It's just not going to get a queen to fold anyway, but I do feel like we have to take some form of a stab at it. Oh boy, look at this. We've got action. Both players with kings. Both players loving this, but little do they know they're sitting there with the same hand. She bets to 88k. It is kings against kings. 6-3 deuce. This one's going to go to Splitsville. Not much to talk about there. DJ Triple says, kings versus kings at the kings. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? Bit of Alanis Morissette. With 10,000 spoons and all you need is a knife. DJ Triple says, I bet that was a planned hand for the King's Casino as advertising. They don't need to plan these hands. They've got me for the advertising. If you want any additional information, head over to the website, www.kingsresort.com. We're on all the usual social media platforms. There's enough advertising going on your screen. We are the largest poker room in Europe. 24/7, 365, pretty much. Come down to get down. 42 players remaining. Don't forget about our merchandise store. We've got some awesome new collections, including the Poker Face collection. There's a mask sewn into the hood. Yuri says so many ads these days. Well, one of those ways you can get rid of those ads. You subscribe to Tier 1. Thank you very much. If you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. I can think of far worse things you could be doing with a fiver. Pavl getting very creative here. This time with 4 deuce suited. So knock 55k to call. With the king 9, she's going to be forced to let this go. It was a bit of a wild call pre. Now, having said that, it's a bit of a wild 3-bet pre, but we are on the button and we are suited. I actually kind of like the 4 deuce suited. Sometimes you don't have much playability with it, but you don't have to worry about blockers either. It's just 4 high. You get 4 bet, you can put your hand in the bin. Eli with King Jack raised to 36k. DJ Triple says Pavl is just playing a stack, buying himself pots. The reason I say I like a 4-deuce suited is 42 is my number. I see it everywhere I go, and I know it's bad luck to be superstitious, and I don't believe in all that jazz. But sometimes when you see something just too many times, used to live in an apartment, 42 as well. It just seems to appear left, right, and center. Maybe I'll start playing the 4-deuce suited myself. That one time a year I get to play live poker. Cut off. Probably going to be opening the 5-4 suited. 30 bigs now. See, got a bit shallower. Going to let it go. We have a new player at the table as well. Vladimir. Jakob is just going to go all in from the small blind for 299,000 and knock. Has a really, really nice hand to call with there, blind v blind, but perhaps just a bit too much to be calling off in a tournament like this with 41 players remaining. I'll tell you this right here, right now. I wouldn't be folding King Queen offsuit, and I would not be folding Queen Jack suited. So if I'm not folding Queen Jack suited, oh, it'd be hard to fold Queen 10 suited or Jack 10 suited as well. They just play so well. It depends on how wide I think the small blind is ripping into me. I'm sure you'll rip into me in the chat for saying that that was a call. I know a lot of you out there would fold the Jack 10 suited, the Queen 10 suited, and maybe even Queen Jack suited in that exact spot. But we have over $1 million. And although it's nearly 300K to call, if small blind is pretty aggro and shoving into us a lot, we've got to widen our calling range. So that's the cutoff for me. If that Queen Jack is suited, I'm calling. Mikutsu with the ace jack here on the king 9-5 3 board, queen 10 for Eli. Turn is going to go check, check. River is the 6 of clubs. $67K is the bet from Eli. I really like this bet as well. This river card completes a lot of 2 pairs, completes the straight. My only gripe is perhaps we should go for a larger sizing. Mikutsu will let it go. We are going to have our first break of the evening, folks, in around 5 minutes or so. I hope you're enjoying the show. It's been really fun opening frame. Lots of action. Lots of loosey-goosey 3 bets. Four players still remaining. We'll be playing down to the last 24 tonight. Miso raising to 50K with the kings. Quite a large open raise sizing, over 3x from under the gun +1. I would prefer to size down here, not size up. As Bebop and Rocksteady says, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Bebop. Skibbity beep bop, skibbity-ree. And we've got action. Hold the phone. Looks like this could be last time before the break. Eli, with 2 black ladies, is just going to call from the small. I expected to see more money go in pre. And that opens the door here for Radic with ace jack off suit in the big blind. Does he just want to see a flop 3 ways? Does he feel like bumping it up? Instead, he just gets out of the way. Very disciplined lay down there with a hand as strong as ace jack. Jack, jack, deuce is the flop, and I don't see any world where Eli doesn't go broke here. Maurizio betting 50K. And he's just going to go all in and call. 796K in this pot. And this is so sick for Eli Hay. And it's a savage moment for Mauricio to have a massive stack as we are heading to a break after this hand. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. A lady and a lady only on this river. Oh no, now he has a diamond draw. More outs to dodge. Here we go. River is the 4 of clubs. Eli has been eliminated. Mauricio will scoop the booty, now playing over 800k, which is good for 50 big blinds. We now have 39 players remaining. We'll see you all inside of 15 minutes for lots more action from the Spade Poker Tour. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
All for love, I'd do anything. I can't seem to find my identity. All for love, but I plead insanity. Circles around my heart on repeat. All this for the sake of loving you. Welcome to this place. It's a table for two. I just cannot think about it. Can't live without it. Won't be without it.
Especially again, broken record, but the structure of this tournament, 90-minute clocks,
So forgiving.
can just get away with doing a lot more flatting there.
The deck running rich now, and unfortunately on this occasion for Rosilio, his is a blend not quite as rich as that which has paid a visit to Neugebauer. 2 kings. And this is really going to look suspect, Henry. The guy's just V-pipping at levels that one never ever assumes is 100% credible. When will someone dig in?
Well, Rosilio only joined this feature table 30 minutes ago or so, but
Yeah, he's unaware.
I mean, has he seen enough though? I mean, this guy's been involved. Does all the money find its way in the middle? Low jack V +1.
Does not. Rosilio playing it as a flat call, and there are problems on the horizon for him. Top pair, top kick. No spade on board. The 10 is relevant. Neugebauer with the overpair.
I mean, this is just going to be showers, right? 360 out there.
It's hard to imagine worlds in which Rosilio's fate is not somewhat predetermined, bar improvement.
120.
Continues for 1/3 on a very wet and connected board.
but one he's not fearful of, in particular given the presence of the King of Hearts.
There really aren't many great turn cards for us, even with Ace Queen. Only King, Jack, Heart gets uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's the cards 7 and below that are in a heart, really, that are the cozy ones. But maybe if he plays this as a flat and something dampen off surfaces on the turn, there are escape hatches available. Ace of Hearts, Jack of Hearts. Well, the ace obviously would hit Rosilio, forgive me, but let's see. Check raise to 290. The fuse is lit here. Do we ask for the rest now?
I think we do. Don't hate trapping, but there's enough out there already to just play for it all as he does announce himself.
Yep. And Rosilio, obviously not in love. The jam here, the instances in which we beat the opposition, I think is the Ace Jack Ace King of Hearts sort of kit.
To take another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, looks like a bit of posturing perhaps for pay jumps. There isn't any on the horizon.
Yeah, 53 remaining. We're going to be at a flat 27,100 all the way up until 47th when we get a jump of about 3,600.
I mean, I say posturing. I do apologize. This is a genuine decision here. This isn't just for a pay jump. This is for a potential 2 million chip pot with 52 players left and 1.5 million for first. We've got top, and our opponent's jammed on us, but he can't get away from it, Ali.
Yeah. And it goes.
Wow.
2 to come. He still has 20% equity, but a 4-1 dog for his tournament life here in the main is Hen Rosilio, the late arrival here at this feature table up against the Austrian Neugebauer, who has his sights set. The 2.1 million in the middle.
We move to inside. What our table number? Oh, okay.
Turn is as dry as it gets. A veritable Kalahari desert in the form of the deuce of clubs. Can Rosilio find the needed queen or ace? On his feet. Doesn't appear particularly optimistic. Maybe trying to use a little reverse psychology with the deck. Ineffectively, though. Jack of diamonds.
One more hand.
Will polish off his remains.
One more hand.
And that'll do it. For Hen Rosilio, 52nd place, 27,100. Ask yourselves whether or not you'd find the escape with ace queen in the spot as played.
Buck when I was watching this going, how come Martinson can't have all the fun? I'm the chip leader here.
Yeah, but he still has 6 million. It's okay. Martinson, once again, 2 10s. He's got the firepower to fight.
His arms must be getting tired, Randy.
Just kidding. I don't think he minds it.
We might have to relay the felt.
100.
Excuse me. Can I touch my top phone? Yes.
Looks like he'll be raising, taking this one.
Yeah, Chateau with King 3 offsuit. Such a poor hand.
No chance he's playing this. Is he? Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go, Randy.
It's surprising because he hasn't been wanting to play hands, but
He's seen enough. He's seen Martinson play every hand, though, I guess. Randy's decided, look, I'm going to make a stand here for one blind. I've got a short stack back.
he's had enough.
Yeah.
Didn't want to wait anymore. No flop.
Martinson top set because he needed a hit hand. Can Martinson find a check back, Randy? Against such a short stack.
Don't think he will, just because this board hits the big blind a little bit, right? 7, 6, gut shots.
Is it a tiny bet than trying to induce a check jam?
I think he comes in small because he has the best pieces of this board with top set. But rarely would he want to check back this flop.
$65,000. The bet very small. And a switch
Oh my
check.
god, what is going on here? Made a move of just king 3 high, no backdoor hearts, and he's pretty much dusted. Looking for an 8 or 9 and a 9 to kind of chop this one up.
Wow, Randy. He knew it was the big blind's board. And he took advantage of that situation, or at least he thought he was going to, but instead, Martinson has him all but dead. Randy, what are we seeing?
Well, that's it.
That seals it. Chateau out in 27th. I mean, I always give credit to someone giving it a go, Randy, but that was spicy.
Myslím, že ani pan Nasedí se taky neseděl.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Ace King taking it down the first hand, and then the 3-bet taking that one down with the Ace 3 off suit from the button. By the way, I need to give an honourable mention to that last hand before the break. The Ace Jack deciding not to defend pre and would have flopped trips. Possibly could have felted the Queens or the Kings, or at least one of them will be kicking themselves. Not much they can do about it now. Was an excellent fold, all things considered at the time. In that exact situation, being up against two overpairs. .38 players remaining now. Blinds are 10, 20, 20. Average stack is almost 600k, so the current payout is as follows: €1,275. If you're just tuning in, this is day 2 of the €500 Spade Poker Tour main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, all chasing the first prize tomorrow and all the glory that comes with it, €47,000. Also, first, second, third, and fourth going to get that 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. Mauricio taking that one down with the Ace Queen of Hearts. DJ Triple says the fold was right, but as I said, he still will hate life for missing a triple up that deep in the tournament. Yeah, he will hate his life, but I mean, it's just relatively cheap to see the flop there. Obviously, they have to have pretty strong ranges. I mean, it's a pretty standard and simple fold from the small blind in general, but from the big blind, getting that price, we've got our big blind invested, our big blind ante. I think we just have to call. Because every now and again, we might flop trips, or a straight, or quad aces. Debbie wants to know, it was an open, a 3-bet, and he folded, or what was the action? It was an open to over 3x from early position, maybe even under the gun. Under the gun +1, I think it was, with kings, queens deciding to just call pre from the small blind with about 20 big blinds behind, and the ace-jack getting really good pot odds, deciding to just let the hand go, which I imagine is got to do with the large raise size and the call from the small blind looking so strong. And not only did he fold pretty fast, had made his mind up. There was no 3-bet, I can confirm. Mi Kutsu on the button, asking Rakesh how much he is playing behind. Rakesh going for an unconventional min raise off this stack depth from the cutoff. Obviously feels like there is more merit with 37 players remaining to use this in his min raise folding range instead of just straight up jamming. Debbie says, I think he could easily call then since that wasn't a 3-bet pre. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like defending the big blind with ace jack off in a huge pot is pretty decent. Yeah, it is. It's just because he made a 50k. The blinds were 8 and 16. So basically just 3x. Yes, DJ Triple, that was about the best summary we could hope for in the chat. That's why you're in the executive committee. Volodymyr is going to shove 14 big blinds and change on the button with ace-5 of hearts. A very nice suited pretty hand running into the pocket eights from Jakob in the small blind for 340k total. And that's going to get knock out of the way. So we do have an all-in ski and a call. 9-5 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 3 of clubs. River is the jack of clubs. So we lose another player. DJ Triple asking, is play definitely until the last 24, or they also stop at a certain level today? We're just stopping at a certain level. Or they don't stop at a certain level. Sorry, god damn it, third time lucky. We play down to 24 players or when the end of a certain level is reached. But what usually happens is 24 players are reached before we reach the end of a certain level. God damn it, I can't make my brain work. 35 players remaining, which means we are 11 eliminations away from that point. Like, technically on paper, we could play another 6 levels. 24 players will be reached beforehand. Dan Fox is in the house. What's up, Dan Fox? Right on time. A wizard arrives precisely when he means to. Nice to have you with us. Average stack 642. Reroller Deluxe. Yeah, you can find the German stream. No problem. Thanks for joining. If only for a second. You'll find what you need through that link that was put in the chat box for you. Mikutsu in the cutoff is going to raise to 45k with ace-5 offsuit. White wants to know about entries. There were 526 entries in this one. €500 buy-in. And the winner is going to get the guts of 60 Gs, including a 10k ticket to the WSOP. Well, no, DJ Triple, who needs a German stream when we got the best commentator and the best fans here? Thank you. I am grateful for your comment, but them boys have been around a long time before we came along. You got to get in line. Stefan Hackmeister does a fantastic job over there. You give him a shout out. DJ Triple says, this is said by a German. What part of Germany are you from, DJ Triple? I'm sure you told me this before. I'm sure he told you before that I lived in Berlin for nearly 2 years. Knockman going to take that one down with the ace-9 off suit from the button. Adding 50k 4k to his stack. Thanks, guys. Getting loads of great comments in the chat. You're spoiling me. You don't want to be giving me too big of a head because I have a bald head and I whacked my head off the door of a shed the other day and I have a huge lump on it. So I don't really need my head getting any bigger, but thanks nonetheless. Maurizio with the ace king. Oh yeah, I remember you saying something about Bavaria. They were the cans of beer I used to drink when I was, well, let's just say I was under the age of 18. Those blue cans of Bavaria. By, oh, I can taste it now actually. Jeez, I couldn't even imagine drinking one of them. I think you'd buy 24 cans at a time and it worked out at like, well, it could be under €1 a can. Dan Fox says, to be serenaded by the voice of an angel is all I can ask for on this God's given day of rest. I don't really have much of an ego. Sometimes I still have imposter syndrome, but we show up nonetheless. Sometimes I need more of an ego. Sometimes definitely need less. It's just like riding a bike. It's a balance trick. I see a comment or two coming in about this being a passive table. It certainly wasn't before the break. We've seen 3 bets with under the gun, 1 with 5-3 suited. We've seen 3 bets come from the likes of 4 deuce suited on the button. That would not indicate a passive table to me. And with 562 entries in this one, and it's a €500 buy-in, you expect to see a lot of decent players tomorrow. You've got a couple of really good players left in the field. You've got Mikel Marques at this table. You've got Maurizio at this table. And of course, Mikutsu. So although it might seem a little bit passive, I think you're just tuning in at the wrong time. I don't mean that to sound rude in any shape or form. It's just we've had loads of action for the first two hours or so, and then it's just been a little. Look, there you go. You'll be eating your words now in 2 seconds. The 3 bet coming from the cutoff from Pavl with 5-3 offsuit. There's something you don't see every day, and there's something you shouldn't try at home. And it is from Pavl again. And wow, he's just going to show the entire table that he's willing to 3 bet there to that sizing with just 5-3 offsuit. And although I can't hear exactly what he's saying, looks like he's making a mockery of his competition. So now we've got 4 competent. Well, I don't know about Pavl being that competent. I don't know much about this player. Maybe some of you do in the chat, but we've got 3 known regs at this table, and Pavl's showing 3 bets to 5-3 offsuit. That can't end well. So I would argue that this is actually a really interesting feature table. Got to remember, there's 30 players remaining, 24 going through to tomorrow. So for them to be getting after it like this, if you are going to see some passive play, it's because we are so close to the end of the day. That doesn't seem to be the case. They seem to be getting after it. Pavl showing to be the most aggressive player at this feature, but he's having a lot of fun. He's got 1,000,000 chips and he's putting them to work, and I love it. I'm all for it. Our mantra is action around here. That's what we're getting. Can't argue with that. Wow, guys, he's doing it again. I think it must be his favorite hand. Now, having said that, 4 deuce suited also 3 bet on the button from him earlier. So this is the 3rd 3 bet we've seen from Pavl. This is like a pretty good hand for Mikutsu to 4 bet rip, knowing Pavl is capable. It's just Radic, the opener, and Pavl 3 betting the ace jack, shriveling up, and just gets away. and shows it again. This is turning into a carnival for Pavl. That's his 4th light 3 bet. And although I'm not meant to have any favoritism, I love when a player like this emerges. I'm already thinking about what we're going to see this guy do tomorrow. Obviously, he has to get through 5 more players, but still. Giddy up, I said. Vamos, me filo. Average stack is almost 40 big blinds. 29 players remaining. All guaranteed a minimum of €1,515. Giving the table that kind of information that you're willing to do that with the 5-3 3 times. I can't remember if he showed. I think he showed a 3 out of the 4. I don't remember him flipping over the 4 deuce on the button. I think he not show when he 3 bet the under the gun opener with the 5-3 diamonds under the gun +1. Doesn't matter. He's shown it the last 2 times anyway. King 9 deuce. The jig is up is my whole point. Ace King, loving this one from the hijack. Both of his opponents in the small and the big, both playing pocket 8s, facing 2 overcards. And just expect Maurizio to bet about 70k here, 80k. Just take it down. That looks like a huge bet. He's betting pot. Mauricio really likes these large sizings. Pocket 8s might even call for a sizing of like 65k, 70k. If the small blind is out of the way, maybe he wants to see a turn for that price. But when we overbet the pot here, overbetting the pot is just repping a monster draw, a set. You're not really bluffing. You don't want to bluff this size on the flop. This doesn't make much sense to me, and I don't think it's going to make much sense. But it doesn't make much difference because the pocket 8's just going to fold now. But like, if you're sitting there with a hand like Jack 9, 9 10, Queen 9, any strong 9, you're just going to fold. And that's not what we want with our Ace King. It's hard enough to flop top pair, top kicker. Maurizio needs to have a good look in the mirror and start sizing down. He's been using too many big sizings for my liking. There's nothing to be scared of with that board. We even have a diamond in our hand. It just doesn't make much sense to me. DJ Chip says betting pot on that flop against two players is designed to shut down draws like a diamond draw here, but we have a backup diamond draw ourselves. We want to get paid by a diamond draw. We want to get paid by a straight draw. We want to get paid by a 9. We want to get paid by a weaker king. I feel like I've been very clear about this. Yeah, an inside straight draw, even Queen Jack. Like, if you want to do that with a weak king, like a really weak king, like King 6 or King 7, King 8 maybe. Once we reach King 9 is 2 pair, King 10, King Jack, King Queen, we want to get value. If we have King 6 suited there and bet huge, we get a fold, and so be it. But when we've ace king, there's just so many weaker hands we want to continue. Bebop wants to know why they're all showing cards. Well, it's a friendly environment. I love a good show every now and again, but showing every hand is a bit much. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Marrakesh all in 210k pocket sevens, and we have going to see some action here because Mikutsu is not going to be folding ace king. Just wants to be rejamming here from the hijack. So we've got a big flip for both involved. Marrakesh flopping a set, never in any doubt, was he? Always coming 7, isn't that what they say? Mikutsu, nothing they can do. Turn is the 9 of clubs. And that's all she wrote. Mikutsu cut down to 6 big blinds. Marrakesh, very dangerous man to be giving chips to. Now playing the guts of 25 big blinds. Yes, Mr. Deadpool says he wants diamond draws, 9 hits, good shot draws to call, so why bet sizing only King 10 plus calls? Yeah, I agree. Well said, Power from. Apocalypse is in the house, says, hope everything's having a great weekend. Having a pretty good time, Apocalypse. Not much to report on my end. Keeping it real. Getting stuck into all this college work, because if I do it this way, I won't have too much to do over the summer. Ah, yes, Johan, I didn't see you said that your grandson was born this week. Congratulations. Massive congrats. Just have one question. What age are they going to be before you teach them how to play bridge? But what a flop this is. Pavl flopping the absolute world here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a straight. And it's also a good shot. Straight flush draw. I don't even know how many outs that was. I don't think he needed any outs. He'll just take it down. Mr. Deadpool says, now Mikutsu understands why you can't play a max nit and you have to shove Ace Jack 19 big blinds effective against a lunatic. Yeah. Oakley says, Dan, please tell me you didn't miss the greatest pro wrestling crowd of all time last night. I definitely didn't watch anything last night. You'd have to. Can you put it into send it to me on WhatsApp or even into the group so we can all have a good gawk at it into our special mods group. No gaps in the chat, please, or caps. Mikutsu all in with the big boys, 135k to go. Mikutsu takes it down. Yeah, DJ Show says, why did he bet the nuts? It seems like the players just want to get through to tomorrow, but they're not thinking too outside of the box or playing too creatively. If anything, they're just playing their hand face up, whether it be a bluff or the nuts. They're all getting shown. Gillis says, I can't say he played it bad. I mean, you can to a point. I think it was Caps that got you in trouble with the main man, Johan. ECW King in the house says, good evening, chat and Dan. They're all flocking in to say hi this evening. What a community we're building here. The Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Come on down. Yeah, the new graphics are sexy. They're deadly. Now, I don't know how permanent they are. Ace King will take that one down. Building quite the stack for himself, 1.3 million. Yeah, I have something up to look at later there now as well, Apocalypse. I done a bit of typing I might even treat myself and watch after the stream concludes, because it looks like we are not going to have a super late one tonight. Suits me fine on this bank holiday Sunday. Rizio taking down the blinds down to his ace-8 suited.
Feel about Spade Poker Tour?
Pretty good. In the money right now, and we'll see how far we can go, but it's been a fun day.
And you are on the TV table. Do you like it to play there?
It's a little bit of an adjustment because I've never done it before, but it's fun, and it's a bigger stage, bigger table as well, but I really enjoy it, yeah.
And do you play the money as a main job, or you have some other ones?
No, I actually have other jobs, and this is just for fun every once in a while.
And what's about your family and friends? Are they support you with playing?
I'm not sure, but I've just sent a few friends of mine a text, and I think they're watching at home, so should be fun for them as well.
Okay, good luck to you.
An interview there. With that man right there. Updated the chip counts as you see, folks. Pavl 54 bigs, Mauricio 40, Win with 37, Kui with 22, Jakob with 20, Radek with 17, Mikhail Rakesh with 15 bigs, and Mikutsu, shortest stack by a landslide at this feature with 5 big blinds. And that also means the blinds have gone up. The small blind is now 10k. The big blind is now 25k with a 25k running big blind ante. That's 10, 25, 25. ECW King says, if I have any input into King's poker stream, Dan, a next cool feature would be a camera to hover over the outer tables. All I can say is I have no say on anything, but if they have definitely thought of that feature. They obviously will think of a way of implementing it, but you've got to remember the TV table is far away from the outer tables, because behind the TV table is the craps table. You've got some blackjack tables, some high roller tables, not really the poker tables. So it just depends where the outer tables are. Sometimes they're in the other room, as far as I know, or creeped into one of the corners. We could suit. I actually feel like there's going to be a lot of talking tomorrow. These players are talking loads with each other. So obviously just depends on the redraw, etc. But yeah, I'll be sure to have my headphones up a bit louder. See what's happening tomorrow. A lot of the time they're speaking in a language I can't understand, or I can't hear it clear enough to know whether they're speaking English or not. Yeah, tomorrow, I see what you're saying. It will be a good feature because you're able to... That feature there, looking down at the table, is deadly. I always love looking at that. If you see it in the flesh and you realise the production that goes on behind the scenes, it's just incredible. Good suit getting the aces now. And although you could maybe min raise here, I just think it looks like it has to be aces. Off 10 bigs, it's a different story. Off 7, raising and leaving yourself with 5 big blinds behind, I just don't think there's any raise folds left. Perhaps I'm wrong. I'd prefer to limp than min raise off 7 bigs here. Ten five deuce is the flop. Does get a call from the small from the king queen offsuit and Kui Bajar. I believe that's how that's pronounced. Perhaps I'm totally wrong. Bajar. .27 players remaining, which means we're only 3 eliminations away. Mikutsu betting 55k here. And that is probably the end of the story. I don't see Nog continuing. Pay jump has been reached indeed. That means all players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €1,760. The aces will take that one down. Not the pot that we're hoping for, but does take down a chunk considering start the hand with 7 big blinds. 60k is the open from the 6 deuce offsuit on the button, and I don't think this is the right guy to be raising into with a premium like 6 deuce offsuit. Surely we would want to be at least suited. Even if we identify Pavl as a weaker player, he is not the guy to be going after. He has shown that he is not afraid. He's listening to Eminem's song on repeat there. $20 outs. That's not correct. And that looks like a raise. See, this is what I'm saying. You catch a piece of it. You don't check back. You don't want to let your opponent realize equity. And now you've been check raised. And what are you going to do now? Not only is this out of line by the button, it's out of line anyway, regardless of who's in the big blind. But Pavl, don't be trying to take chips off this guy. Don't be trying to rob or steal this man's lunch money. He ain't backing down. Look at this. Win wants to see a turn. No, he's not clicking it. What is going on here? We've got action. This is entertainment at its best. Oh, wow. I do agree with Wayne here that Pavl shouldn't be raising on this board. He's not going to have queens. He's not going to have ace. He's not going to have ace queen. And now, wait, he shows it back. What an event this has been so far. There's so many hands that the big blind can't have there. So when he check raises, he's full of shit, really. But I just thought the 6 deuce would let it go. Look how chuffed this man is with himself. He absolutely loves it, and I love to see it. Go on, my son. Vamos, me filo. It mightn't be WrestleMania 27 or Backlash or the UFC or the NBA or the NFL or all the letters in the alphabet, but are you not entertained? And Bammy says he should have just showed the deuce, and you know what, I agree. Although showing the 6 with the deuce and Pavl knowing he folded with a better kicker is going to rub salt into the wounds even further, I reckon. Much of a muchness, really. But I see what you're saying. It's just if he shows a deuce, he could have had queen deuce or ace deuce that wanted to just click it back. If he showed a hand that didn't contain a pair, now that would be really, really cool. Rakesh is going to raise to 50k from under the gun, 13 big blinds behind. He's got the Jeffries and knock with pocket fours. Going to call on the cutoff, and Bajar is going to call on the button with Jack 10 suited. Oh, this is setting itself up to be a 5-way showdown. Holy moly. Now, Maurizio might feel like there's some value to be had by. No, like Marquez isn't deep enough for him to be messing around here, but with a huge squeeze, he would eliminate a lot of the field. He definitely wants to be calling here with King 8 suited. His hand is just too good to not see a flop 5 ways. There's 250k in the middle, and it's just 25k to call. See, Pavl can't really repop this one. No pair, no draw, because he's going to be committed to Marrakesh then. Ace Queen 9 is the flop. And it's an open ender for Bajar. Marrakesh facing 2 overcards, going to absolutely hate this one. Turn is the 10 of hearts. And now Mauricio picking up a lot of additional equity. Pavl says, how do we get a flop 5 ways to misses everyone? Well, they're catching up now. I see what you're saying. River is the deuce of spades. Who wants it, boys? Come on. On your head, son. Oh, wow. Rakesh very well might get the showdown here. Win a sizable pot. Nobody wants to take a pop. I don't know if anyone should have tried to steal that on the river. Rakesh's range is just going to be too strong. Under the gun there. Raising off 15 bigs, he's going to have some Queen X in his hand. He might have even got some Ace X, so it's just not a board or a pot that people are going to be able to pick up easily, especially when we are multi-weight. Two more eliminations. DJ Triple says, unbelievable the Jacks hold up against so many outs. Bajar all into call. Opening from the hijack and Rakesh rejamming with the same hand. I think the hearts are sexier and prettier though. All things considered. Mikotsu all in from the button for 10 bigs with Queen 10 of hearts. Pavl raised to 50k under the gun with the Jack 10 of spades. He's been quiet for a moment, but he's back. He's got a legit hand, even if it is from under the gun. Pavl takes it down. Still 2 more players to go. Pavl 48 bigs, Win with 37, Mauricio 37, Marques with 26. He's rebounded nicely after somehow winning that pot with the jacks. Jakob with 17 bigs, Kui with 14, and Mikutsu is playing the shortest stack but still playing comfortable 12 big blinds. We have no more pay jumps to worry about tonight. 1760 is the current amount. Mikutsu raises to 50k under the gun +1, A7 of diamonds. A3 deuce is the flop. 1 diamond. Turn is the jack of clubs, and Pavl wants to lead now. Doesn't want to lead too small. Goes for 60k. I feel like Mikutsu missed out on a c-bet here. Especially raising under the gun +1. Mikutsu is just... seems a little bit dejected, has lost a couple of hands, and it's just made a few dodgy decisions that have added up over time. Could have avoided all of that by just c-betting the flop there. Got a lot of backdoors working in the form of a diamond or a straight draw. Plus, we can rep a big hand considering we raised under the gun +1. Pavl betting 80k. Mauricio snapping them off. Bezdak says, don't see reason to bet with ace high and so much backdoor equity. Don't want to get raised there. Yeah, I think it's fine to just try bet though when we are multi-way against two players. If Pavl raises us, okay, you can make the argument it's better to see a turn there. I just personally prefer to see bet small. If Pavl check raises, then so be it. It's going to be harder for Pavl to check raise specifically because he has the big blind to worry behind him. But I understand what you're saying, Bez. It just the name of the game is to deny equity. There's just going to be a lot of turn cards that don't favour us, as well as there being a lot of turn cards that do favour us. I would prefer to check back on that flop in a heads-up situation. Multi-way, I think it becomes better for us to see bet. Pavl going to call here for 75k on the river, and Bajar is going to take another pot off Pavl. So Pavl's losing a bit of traction, just a couple of small pots, nothing too major. But you see what happens when you play a style where you're showing your hands and they're the likes of 5-3 offsuit, 5-3 suited, and 5-3 offsuit, and 4-2 suited. You lose all respect because you get a bit paranoid to the point where you have to call these small bets that your opponents are making against you in case you're being bluffed, which is not ideal. Johan says, if you're afraid of being 3-bet, don't play poker. What age is your grandson going to be before you teach them that lesson, Johan? If you're afraid of being 3-bet, don't play poker. I know things were in reverse for me. I had to teach my father about that. He showed me the game of poker, and it wasn't too long after then I was telling him, look, kiddie game's down to street pops. We're going to take it from here. This is this new thing. You use a mouse to click buttons online. Win raises to 50k with the ace 10 of diamonds. And Mikutsu in the big blind with ace jack off suit. This is going to go all in, and Win is going to be priced into call here for 185k more. Just call. 505 in the pot. Queen, queen, 9, 2 clubs is the flop. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. The river is the 8 of clubs. And Mikutsu gets there. Well, sorry, they were ahead all the way. I just meant it didn't run out as a chop. It was a wind, I couldn't get there. He's still smiling over that 6 deuce hand. What an exhilarating day it's been. I've loved the action here. Imagine what action is in store tomorrow with this sort of a lineup, and God knows who else is in the field. All will be revealed, my friends. Bird says good night, folks. Good night, Bird. Debbie says they're pretty tilted today by Stars scoops. Hadn't even thought of the scoops. Too busy this year. My double champ status will have to stay that way for a little while. Maybe I'll get to play one or two of them. Who knows? Pavl raises to 50k from the hijack with ace 8 of hearts. I actually have to be honest now, I didn't win 2 scoops. I won 1 and I won a sec. I got third in a second one for more money than I won the first one for. So in my head, I like to think it was 2 victories. 1 first place, 1 third. It would be nice to add some more gold to the resume. Then I wouldn't be talking to ye fine folk, would I? What would we do then? Ace Queen, King Jack out there, and Jakob with the 10 of spades for that all-important straight. Pavl betting 75k. Apocalypse says they won 3 scoops in one day: a chocolate scoop, a vanilla scoop, and a strawberry scoop of ice cream. Scoop the booty. Pavl calls the 75. And that's going to be dead money from Pavl. Marrakesh overcalling. Hoping to bolt up 410k in this pot now as we hit the river. And that 9 of spades is really not a great card. The flush coming in. Jakob deciding he's just going to check. I don't think he was going to get paid had he jammed. And if he jams and he gets called by worse, it's he's only going to get called by better. It's an absolute disaster. So we do see it go. Check it. Apocalypse says, yeah, nothing will get people into poker like sitting in their living room, clicking a mouse. Click a mouse, lose a house, or win a house. May the odds forever be in your favor. We've had one more elimination occur on an outer table, so 25 players remaining now, meaning we are only one elimination away from the conclusion of day 2. King 5 is the flop and win. With the best of it here against the deuces, blind v blind. Got a 40k in a call. Turn is the queen of clubs. Jakob checking. And Win is going to bet 75k here. Just bend this sizing to deny equity. It's like a blockerish type sizing forward / value bet. Talkative ass. What's the wackiest, most random poker trip I've ever gone on? Probably. I was living in Berlin and I'd won a scoop and I had a friend, just arrive in Berlin, rent out a car. He had my address somehow because I got him to post me something. Just rings my phone. I'm in bed, didn't even know. And he's like, hey, I'm outside. He's like, right, we're driving to Roswitov. So he drove from Roswitov to Berlin, or from Berlin to Roswitov. It took like 13 hours or something. We kept stopping and stuff. It was like the most unplanned journey. And then we got to Roswitov, and that's actually still to this day my largest poker score, which was like 25k dollars. It was like 17,000 euro at the time. But that would be my most random because it was out of the blue. It happened out of nowhere. It was very unexpected, and my girlfriend at the time wasn't too happy because he just got up and vanished. What was I supposed to do? He hired a very nice car. I can't remember exactly what it was. Some form of a Jeep. And that's what you're supposed to do when you become Scoop Champ, right? I have loads of cool stories I could be telling on this stream, Apocalypse, but I think I talk enough about things that aren't happening at the table for now. Sure, she would have been happier when she heard you won 17k. Yeah, well, I just won 63, so it wasn't really about the money that time. I actually was going on that trip anyway. I was just going to go about 2 days later, so I ended up going 2 days before I was supposed to. That's all that was. I wouldn't, if I had prior engagements to go somewhere or had like something romantic planned, like a holiday or date, like or something big, even in somewhere else around Germany or any holiday, then I would have just said no, because it was just. I think I was supposed to go on the Thursday or the Friday, and we ended up going on the Tuesday, something like that. Geez, we're having great chats on here tonight. Hope I'm not boring you to death. A lot of my other exciting stuff, Apocalypse, I don't know if it would be Poker Room Kings on Twitch friendly, but you know, they say every man and woman has a book in them. I'd say I have more than one. Maurizio, 38 bigs and win. This could be it, guys. I think this could be. That looks like they were bringing over bags. And we could be saying good night to the bag guy. Just under 5 hours. I really enjoyed tonight's stream. I hope you've all had a ball. Check us out on all the usual social media platforms, especially if you're new to the channel. Don't forget to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. We're back at 2:30 Central European Time tomorrow. If you want to find out any additional information, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Big thanks to the moderators. These are always there to help me. And for now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.